Hey, what's up, Terrell? How's it going? Let's get this organized. Yeah, I didn't watch all of them this week, but I did get them. I'm probably gonna watch them this weekend. I really didn't. I was kind of in the zone this week. You ever get one of those weeks where you're just in the zone with work? So I was just non-stop trying to get stuff done. This is a repair week, so but what you did get me doing though is while I was working on stuff, I was going through YouTube stuff and I was trying to find some conspiracy videos and stuff that are like, you know, coast to coast stuff that are long. So I was just kind of listening to a bunch of that stuff as well. Okay, that's gonna change. Hey Scott, how's it going? It's been a weird week. Very strange week. Hey Grilly, which one are you working on? Any of the recent STL stuff? I know, what was it? I think it was Abe 3D or was it ES Monster? Didn't he do one recently? Oh, you sculpted a swimsuit? Which kind of swimsuit? Bikini or full leotard one? Oh, your own stuff? That's cool. I'm a fan of leotard stuff. I actually, crap, I just cracked that. I just got 2 kits in the mail from ES Monster that are swimsuits. I'll grab them, show you real quick. Not ES Monster, E2046. I forgot I ordered these things 3 years ago, I think it was. 3 years. I got this one in the mail. I got 2 of these because I wanted to practice with the leotard wet look. And I thought I would get it like a year or so ago, but it took forever. So I completely forgot about these. Oh, you did that one? The Sydney head was amazing, dude. I want that head just to print it out for my Power Girls in the Sideshow one. What's up, Iceman, Raz? Everyone else jumping in. Yeah, I like the leotard swimsuit look, but I want to try these down the line. I completely forgot I ordered these. It took so long. I got the shipping notice like I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it just came in the mail recently. But I just wanted to practice the wet look on these, but I forgot all about them. I'd be down to getting a head if it's in the Power Girl scale of Sideshow. I love the head. It was absolutely beautiful. But yeah, hit me up in an email, man. If I could get one, it'd be awesome. That's if it's in scale. It's funny, when that was showing off on Instagram and everything, I literally, because everyone knows I love Power Girl, I literally had everybody I know sending me that email and the pictures of it. Clients, friends, people who I don't even know are just sending me, they're like, hey, did you see this? I like it, I would buy it, but I'm just so tapped on stuff. So I figured, I thought I would just like, the head alone is just amazing. Did good work on that. Yeah, E2406 is just, it takes forever. I think I got one more item that I ordered 3 years ago that still hasn't been finished. So I have to go through my account. No, the Power Girl came out good. I'm just very limited to what I could buy. But the head was amazing. And I'm not really a fan of like actors or actresses on my statues, but that'll probably be the only one I would want. Yeah, hit me up. I overglued this damn thing. Forgot I did all that. I saw it today. I was like, damn it, I gotta chop all this glue off. I did shape up this staff a bit. I'll show you guys in a second. You guys gotta let me know what you think of it. Cool, got a lot of that glue off. Gotta kind of cut all this out. What, a camera for taking pictures or just a camera for like videoing? I'm so bad with photography. Alright. Video? Yeah, I have these Canon camcorders. They're kind of just good for someone like me. But there's other guys that use better ones out there. Alright, so I shaped up her staff. I kind of took down the head. So I'm thinking we'll kind of attach this today. And that'll be kind of the staff. Well, it'll be painted wood. But I think it's a good looking weird wooden staff, I think. The only problem though is if we raise up the grass down here at the bottom, putting this in and out is going to be a problem. So I might have to kind of cut this, or it might have to be something where you put it in her and kind of put her in the base. Well, if you get a good camera and you stream with it and stuff, let me know. Because I figured what I plan to do, I took off that arm and the iPad I had back here because that iPad was driving me up a wall with trying to connect it every day. So what I'm thinking of doing is Black Friday, get an arm mount and get like a cheap 20-inch monitor here so I can have a dual monitor setup. And then I think after in 2027 is when I'll upgrade all my cameras. I think I could get one more year out of these cameras before they're all shot. I've seen some guys stream and they use their phones, and it comes out pretty good too. Four desks? Damn. I think I just learned that while streaming, having the one monitor on the side, even though it was bigger than the old monitors, I still get kind of cramped up with stuff. So I think dual monitors. I think Black Friday will get some good deals. Usually monitors are pretty cheap during Black Friday. Yeah, it's a lot of desks. That's a lot of desks. Yeah, I have my, this is my workflow studio set up, and then I have my office set up for when I edit videos, billing, Photoshop, stuff like that. Because I don't want to do any of that stuff on this desk. What's up, Matt? Oh, well, electronics aren't that bad, considering what I need. Like, I'm not going full-blown, like, streaming, you know, crazy cameras and lighting, because that's just not what I'm gonna do. But I just want a better organized setup in here down the line. Yeah, I need to find a better camera for streaming. Something that's kind of not in the way as much as what I have now. But I don't go too crazy for streaming. I'm not a streaming YouTuber as much as, you know, some other people are. Well, whatever you get, let me know. Give me some feedback on if you get anything and how it works. It's gonna be my next year thing. Not next year, the thing after. This year's kind of get this desk organized for monitors. Figure I could probably get like a $30 wall arm and then maybe like a 22-inch monitor for like what, $80 total. Hey Raz, that's fine. I'm not in a rush for it, Raz. Like I said, take your time with it. Not in a rush at all. Well, that's cool. Has any of those parts been a pain in the ass to print though? Because I know sometimes hair pieces must be a pain in the ass. Things? What's things? Alright, yeah, I figured the hairs weren't that bad. I figured the glasses would be the worst of all of them, right? Alright, that's cleaned up pretty well for now. I was worried I screwed that up. Alright. Oh, okay. As long as they were easy, that's good. So Things is for 3D printing. I have not heard of Things. Thought you were just going with some slang or something. Newer? Alright. Maybe I'll check that out too. Not that, just to kind of follow some sculptors and stuff. I know Patreon's had a lot of issues. I know a couple people sent out some emails saying that their Patreon was like, they had to do some things or something. Use glue and then seal this in. Found a guy on eBay that had 3 gel bottles for sale, but a best offer. But I bought 2 packages from him, and I sent him in a good offer, and he accepted it. So I'm actually happy that some people still do offers. So I'm down to my last bottle here. Let's mix up some A's, get this head on the staff, and then what I can do is start priming up the staff and getting it cleaned up a little bit more. I'll have to check it out this weekend. See if there's any sculptors on there that I follow or that look interesting. I know, what's that group's name? They sent out an email today. They did the test print of their Bayonetta, which I friggin' love. What's the email? It's, Tanuki Figures. They did the test print of their bayonet. It looks awesome. But they're on Patreon, so I'm wondering if they're... Alright, so I'm thinking... kind of get this lower. Yeah, when you start it up, let me know. Alright, so I'm thinking kind of this direction. I don't want it looking at her, or kind of looking away. I think it would look good. Something more like that. I think that'll be good. What do you guys think? I am cleaning this desk tomorrow. Holy crap. I have let this desk go to hell. It's kind of a little bit like that. Sort of like that. Now that we got the staff in her hand, I like her more now. Starting to fit the character a little bit more. Yeah, I let my desk go by really bad. Like, bad. Like, I have paintbrushes that are caked up with Ave sitting on my desk right now that I should really get rid of. So let's kind of throw a bunch of glue up here. And let's throw a bunch of glue over in here. Let's move the camera up out of my way a bit. Alright, so I got her Insta set. Kind of, sort of like, yeah, that looks good from that angle. You run out of, do you buy too much paint? I try very hard not to over buy bottles of paint. Okay, I think you're good like so. Well, whenever I do my yearly spring cleaning, I always go through my bottles of paint. I end up throwing away a lot because they, you know, the mixed up ones kind of go bad. And sometimes they get like chunks in them and you can't get those chunks out. So I just kind of throw stuff away. Yeah, I'm actually looking at those Kaleido paints for Black Friday. I'm going to see if their sets are on sale for Black Friday. Because Black Friday is only in like, what, 3 weeks, 2 weeks? So yeah, I got a whole bunch of stuff saved on Amazon right now. I got to buy my digital frame for my display room. I want to buy the monitor for over here, and then I need a extra hard drive for all my backup because it's almost full. So I need another hard drive, and then I'm gonna see about those Kaleido paints. I really want to try those. Yeah, Black Friday is usually all month, but the stuff hasn't really started just yet. And a lot of people are saying really good stuff about them, so I really want to try them. I just thinking maybe, like, even if I could save like $5 on the set, I'd be happy. So yeah, what I've been doing is I took all pictures of all the stuff I want to buy. Like, I've been saving them in my Amazon cart this month, and I took screenshots of all the prices. So when they say they have Black Friday sales, I'll see if they're actually on sale. You know, because they usually jack up the prices. So I figured I'll kind of take a look. But I do know monitors go on sale really cheap, because when I picked up this monitor in here and the monitor from my computer room last year, I mean, they were crazy cheap. Okay, so you can kind of see how the glue is in there. Doesn't need to be pretty. Yeah, I'm still waiting to see if that whatchamacallit, that one little hand sander thing, it goes on sale. I got that saved too. Yeah, I was looking at the 22 gigabyte one. It's around $230 right now, Seagate, but I think usually they go like Black Friday, you get them like $190, I think. So I'm just not in a rush for the stuff. I'm just gonna kinda say, I think I saved the, let me see if I saved the page here. It's a really cool little sander. Maybe let me see if I saved it here. There it is, hold on. Alright, let's see if, yeah, I guess that's it, yeah. I don't know if that's, I thought I saw that on, whatchamacallit, Instagram, and it popped up in my feed, and I figure if it's on sale, maybe I'll snag it. Yeah, I don't really know, I just don't, I gotta look into it to see if it's worth getting. I'm not sure yet. There's a lot of little things I have to pick up, but I'm just kind of not rushing to get everything until I absolutely need it. But those paints are on my list, more important than anything right now. Well, I got one of those, you know, triangle sanders in the garage from my father that I use for the bigger stuff. But for smaller stuff, I'm thinking about getting that one for some things. Ah, I knew that was gonna happen. Son of a bitch. Alright, let's... Alright, let's kind of pop this stuff out. Hold on. I think we need more glue. It's a weird angle with this. Alright, so a good way to do this, actually grab a piece of wood. Only downside is when you do this much glue, the fucking fumes, holy crap. Whew. Once it's locked in though, it'll be locked in. Well, they got a couple of those sanders on Amazon, different models and names. So I'm pretty sure they're kind of all the same. But yeah, first it's the monitor for here. Then I need that hard drive. Then I'm going to get a set of those paints because I really want to try them. And then depending on how funds are after that, I'll see about anything else. This glue doesn't whiten anything. Compared to like super glue and other companies. This stuff, I mean, this stuff was still whitened, but your best bet with this stuff is, like, say you glue an area. What I would do, what I normally do, is, let's see, do I have any used ones? No. So say you glue an area. So if you put some glue down, if you let it dry normally, it's going to give an issue. But if you get some Instaset and you sort of kind of put the Instaset around the area and then the glue, right? Like if you get it around the area, the fumes won't go onto the paint. And then you just let the Instaset dry, and you won't have to worry about any of the white residue. So that's why Instaset is really good to use with this stuff. You know, you can get, you know, Instaset. Different companies put their labels on it. But yeah, this, the only time I've ever had a lot of white residue from this glue is if you throw a shitload on it like I just did in there. But if you put just like a dab of glue and you glue a little tiny thing and you put some Instaset, you won't get that white residue. Super glue, if you put super glue in there, it'll whiten up the whole area. Super glue is crazy. But this, with also the cool thing about this ice gel is it's gel. It doesn't bleed. You know, this is, I don't buy any other glue than this gel, because all the other glues, they bleed everywhere, and that's the worst thing to do, is like glue something and it gets all over the item or it goes under the paint, you know. The gel, like when you squeeze the gel together, it squeezes out, and you can use your tool and you can kind of just like get the gel off better than it kind of running down the arm. So it may be expensive, but I found a guy on eBay. Well, you're in another country, so I don't know what it would be. But there's a guy on eBay that sells 3 tubes for like, I think it's like $20 or something. But I bought 6 tubes and I offered like $15 or something for 3. And he accepted it, so I got like 6 tubes. Used to be able to get 5 tubes for $22, but since the lockdowns, you can't get that anymore. It might, but honestly, this ice gel stuff is kind of what I've learned from other guys in the hobby, you know, in the statue monster side, and I haven't gone wrong with it since. Yeah, I don't know if any of the other guys in chat use any other types of glues. I know some people live by super glue, and they use it for all their buildups. I just had bad experience with the clouding. I forgot what it was. I think it was around like 2008. I painted an item and I used a super glue. It was a black cat, I think it was. And after I glued the piece on, I walked away. When I came back, the whole, I think it was her leg or something, it was just all clouded, white cloud all over it. And I had to repaint the whole thing. It was a nightmare. Hard lesson learned. Yeah, it's especially with a dark color like black. I don't think you can get away with any glue, but the Instaset will help you. Like say this is black and this is black, but you have that glue in there. Like you got to be careful with Instaset, even because the fume will set your glue right away. But if you take like some Instaset and you kind of like put it around here, you know. Just a little bit. You don't need to douse it. Just the residue there when you put the piece in here will stop it from clouding. You know. Yeah, Instaset snaps your glue in a second. You can use Instaset with super glue too. Hey, what's up, Pete? How's it going? Now there is other stuff called there's stuff called Zip Kicker. It's sort of like Instaset. It's like the same thing. So there's Instaset, Zip Kicker, and there was another brand. I forgot what it was called. I know there's a third one. I forget the name. But it's a lifesaver though, especially if you're, like say you're gluing something, right? And you got, like say you have your hand here and you're holding it. You just take this Instaset, boom, it's already glued. Oh, that's right, P. You're getting ready for your what was it again? The oil rig or the ship? I forgot what it was again. I'm hanging in there. Busy week, getting stuff. A lot of repairs this week. Lots and lots of repairs. Gas platform, that's right. That's right. Well, hopefully it goes well for you. I think what I might do is sort of kind of crack up the head around the edges here. So we'll kind of add a little bit more once it's cured. Oh, you're there right now in bed? Damn. Alright, well don't be screwing stuff up now. Hey, what's up, Devastator? How's it going? Devastator, right? Gotta get used to these handles. Well, you're also coming up on Black Friday too. We were just talking about deals and stuff people are picking up. So, might be a good chance to get a couple supplies. Everybody's talking about those collider paints. Oh, and so I did that video on the Winsor Newton stuff, and somebody texted me that there is a Createx brush restorer that does the same thing Winsor did. So I'm probably going to order that on Black Friday too. Because I need to get some brush restorer. Yeah, that's kind of the way it is, Raz. I try to save everything for Black Friday, stuff that I can do without for the year. I'm always trying to see like, yeah, okay, I don't need this right now. I could hold off a few months. Okay, I like the way the staff is looking. Yeah, so I'll crack up the edges around here, make it a little bit of worn skull type thing. Staff's looking good. I just didn't get a chance to sand her down. Alright, so we let that sit so I don't screw that up. But while I have some Aves though, I should probably seam up her wrist, because the wrist is messy here. With all this glue I took off of it. Where is my dentist tool? So this desk is a wreck. Where the hell is it? Here's one. Where is the other? Oh, here it is. Actually, I gotta glue the collars on, what's her name? Cammy in a minute, so I'll be using the zip kicker on that, so hopefully that'll give you a better idea as well. Okay, so... I might have to pick up some airbrush needles too. I friggin' bent my damn needle the other day. It got caught on my sweater and I bent the tip of the needle. I was so pissed. I was like, I just put this needle in the other day, like a week ago. So I think I need to do that as well. It's okay to spend the money if there's good deals. But like I said, they sometimes jack up the prices and there's no deals. But if like Spray Gunner has any Black Friday sales, I might pick up a couple more needles. Can't hurt to have a couple backups for when I'm an idiot and I friggin' bend the stuff. What it is I don't know about you guys, but I like to have the backups, because in case you ever have, like, you're working on an item and then all of a sudden the needle bends or something and you got to replace it and you're like in the flow. So I got to make sure I have some more backups. Repair needles? I didn't know they made one. What is it, like sharpen it or something? The Joann's by me didn't have any airbrush stuff, sadly. They were just like clothes only. Yeah, send it to me. I'll check it out. I mean, I'm pretty good with my needles. What happened though is I had to cap off the needle, you know, the protective cap, because I don't airbrush with it on. And when I put it on the whatchamacallit, the airbrush holder for the day, I forgot to put the cap on. So the next day when I was kind of going through my paints, I went by it and then my sweater caught onto it and I pulled backwards and I knew right away I bent the needle. I was like, you bastard. I knew it. I was like, there's no way that needle did not bend. I'm pretty good with that stuff, but oh well. It happens. Although at least the needles are not as expensive as they used to be. For a while there during those lockdowns, they jumped to like, I think they were almost like $24 a needle, I think, something like that. But now they're kind of back down toward that $12, $14 range. Yeah, they were bad there for a while. I know the nozzles are still expensive. Hold on. Let's get the camera out of the way. Alright, so the wrist is better. Head looks good. Alright, so that should be good for her. Now, Cammy, let's see if we can pull this off. Let's see here what we got. Where is that picture? Here it is. Alright. Alright. So what I did is I had a bunch of A's rolled out and I put 4 pieces together and I sanded them down. And I grinded them all evenly without tearing up my hands. So the idea now is we're going to kind of create the collar with these 4 pieces. So let's see if this works out. Let me get this raised. And let's see if we can pull this off. So this is going to be all glue and zip kicker and then A's to kind of lock it in place. Alright, so we have 4 pieces here, so I'm going to split it so we have even for each side. So we'll put our other 2 over here. So the idea is we're going to glue them and sort of create the collar in a way like so. So I kind of curve them, kind of curve it up the edge like so. So I guess like right about there. We'll have to do it at an angle. Alright, it's going to be tricky, but we can do it. I'm going to use glue, but the idea is Aves is gonna kind of lock it in place. Alright, so this is why I always say get this gel glue, because the gel is a lifesaver. So it's gonna kind of go like there. Yeah, I think probably a little higher. I'll have to sand some down. Alright, so the idea is take your glue. This is why the gel is amazing. Just never get the zip kicker by the bottle. If you get the zip kicker by the bottle, you'll screw up the whole entire bottle. And then you grab your zip kicker. Alright, so there's a little bit of a over spray, like over, you kind of just take it off. Kind of have it at an angle. You kind of get it on. Now the problem is if it's not at a right angle and you try to bend it back, it's already glued. But that's okay, we don't really need to. See, and we're going to kind of create the collar like this. Now, the only downside is, see how this is still wet and there's zip kicker there? If you try to put glue, if you try to take your bottle of glue and put it there, what's going to happen is those fumes is going to cake up your glue. So you're better off just letting it kind of dry and kind of go away and then do the next piece. The other thing is if you get zip kicker on your hand and you play with here, the zip kicker the fumes will activate your glue. So be very, very careful. But alright, so that piece, the next piece to this one is here. But what we can do though is we can glue this side. So this is the piece for this side. I'm going to sand this down a little bit, it's kind of messy. So the idea is now we got to glue this over on here. Try to kind of get it even. Alright. Well, I've never used Zip Kicker. I've always used this Instaset stuff because I like that it evaporates quickly, because if you're gluing something that has paint already and something sits in there in the paint for a long time, you might get sort of like a residue stain. That's kind of why I've gotten used to the Zip Kicker, because it dries fairly fast. But I mean, whatever works for you, works for you. I don't know, I just kind of run with it, and I haven't had a problem since. Oh, and the good thing about getting the BSI gel in the box, it comes with 2 caps. So usually, by the time I'm about halfway done with the glue, my cap is kind of like messed up, and I unscrew it and I put the other one on. So that's kind of another good thing about this gel glue. They give you like extra caps. And then if you don't use the caps, you could kind of save them and go from there. So the idea is this one's gonna be a bitch, but we'll get it. Oh, right. Well, here's the thing. So I buy these large bottles, but I use my zip kick. I put it in here and I use this dropper now. If you go on Amazon, you can buy a box of these droppers, and it's fine. I don't get any evaporation, like, you know, whatever. So, because my problem is I was always spilling these bottles when I would open them up. And any of the spray bottles, they always break. So I have a better experience with this dropper bottles now. So I bought these off of Amazon like in the beginning of the summer. I think I got like 15 bottles or 20 bottles for like 15 bucks or something or whatever. And I use it for other stuff too. I don't like the spray bottles because they always break on me. I like to target my my Insta set, I guess, if that makes sense. Now, the only downside with me doing the call this early is I could probably snap them down the line, but once I put some A's in there and I lock them in place, they should be fine. Alright, so the next step would be this piece. Because this side's kind of dried up by now, so it's like, it's pretty good at the moment. But I don't have any of the bottles, but like I said, the BSI gel comes with all these extra caps. So sometimes the caps get glued, sometimes they break, sometimes they whatever. Alright, so the next step here is this one. Let's see if we could do this. I'm trying to do this in the camera while showing you guys. Alright, so this piece is going to go like here. The only problem with this glue is that when it does cure and you prime it and you sand it, if any of the glue is showing, I always find that primer and paints don't like to stick to this glue. So I always try to grind it out the best I can. If that makes any sense. Although, like super glue, you got to be careful with your hands because it'll lock up on your fingers pretty good. Now, I understand it's perfectly straight and it looks weird, but what you can do is once you get your basic shape going, and you put some A's in there and you get it sturdy, then you could kind of grind it out and you could kind of add some wrinkles and do whatever, you know, and slowly fix it up. Like this one, I didn't get over to the edge perfect, but I'll put some A's and I'll kind of feather it. Better than what I was doing before. Alright, so let's try and do this one. And then afterwards, pray to God I don't screw this up with A's and break them off. Alright, so let's throw some glue. Although I should never have tightened the cap, but I have a habit of tightening the cap because I knock my bottles over all the time. Okay. It's a good way of starting this. Alright, so I got a little extra eaves. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna soften up the eaves as much as I can with my solvent stuff. And I'm gonna sort of put it in key places. Hope I don't break it. Now you can tell this point's coming up too high. That'll get sanded down, but right now I'm just trying to help lock it in place. Have come on. I mean, the other thing too is the goal is not to have it at a completely perfect point. So I'll get eaves in there, and so this way if I kind of sand this down, it'll stay locked in place. Now I'm hoping this works. I've never did this before, so we're just kind of winging it. Well, I kind of done it before, but not like this. So... The other thing too is while I'm doing this right now, I'm trying not to put a lot of pressure on it because it will break off. But if at least there's some eaves on there, hopefully it will stay. So kind of throw a little eaves over. It's going to look messy, but I'll sand it down. It's kind of why I build up in sections. Trying to do it all in one shot just kind of never pays off for me. I guess the other thing too is if you really wanted to, you could do this in like metal and kind of like Dremel a hole. Like you could make a metal piece and you could cut a hole and you could kind of like glue the metal in there and have an armature. That's another way of doing it. I think something like this, that little electric sander would come in good use because you could kind of put that little sander and kind of grind this down a bit. So that's kind of why I'm thinking about getting that item. Alright, so now for this side. Sort of the same thing. Alright, we're gonna mix up some more eaves. So one thing this week I was kind of addicted to while I was working, because like I said, I was doing a lot of repairs this week. I don't know, do you guys like watching all the Twitch drama unfold? So that girl that got assaulted at TwitchCon, she's suing Twitch, and then she came out and made a post about the guy she was dating abused her, and now that guy is suing her, and he's suing Asmongold online, and then another girl who abused a guy, she got kicked off Twitch, but now she's back. I swear to God, the Twitch drama has kept me busy this week. And then that guy that shocked his dog is still all over the net, but Twitch hasn't banned him. I can't keep up anymore. been a crazy, crazy week for Twitch drama. Did you see it? Yeah, it's crazy what's going on. I can't keep up with all these like influencers and all this stuff going on. And I got addicted to it because I was just sitting here working and I just wanted to listen to stuff. And then one video led to the next video, led to the next video, and I'm just sitting there like, what the hell is Twitch doing? Like, all these people that are top streamers at Twitch are just, it's chaos. Now, I don't know if any of you guys are into this stuff, but it is entertaining, I'll have to say that much. And then I was watching that guy, I think he's called Legal Mindset. He's like a lawyer, and he was talking about this stuff. Yeah, he claimed that she abused rabbits, but then he claimed she threw plushies at him, like plushie dolls, so that hurt him or something. Like, I don't know. You can't make some of this stuff up, really. And then there's that one streamer girl. She was at the TwitchCon and she was grinding on a guy, and he didn't want it, or something happened, and she got kicked off Twitch for a day, but now she's back. Like, I don't even think Twitch is about like live streaming anymore. It's like drama. Funny though. Funny stuff. When you sit there and you work on statues all day, you got to come up with some new stuff. Can't. It's a lot of entertaining stuff out there I never thought I would watch. And what I find funny too is the girl that accused her boyfriend that was assaulted on Twitch, he is suing her, but then he brought Asmongold into it, who just did a lot, like he was just talking about it. So he's trying to sue him. I don't know. And then there's still that ongoing case with Smash JT or whatever, that of the girl journalists for suing for the video. Like, I can't keep up with this stuff. There's so many people suing other people now. It's kind of funny. Real World TV was kind of scripted, but all this Twitch stuff is unscripted and you can't make it up. That's kind of my fix this week of drama. So I guess my question is, do people play video games anymore on Twitch, or is it just all just drama? Like, does anyone play games, or is it just this kind of craziness? Just a little bit easier now. Which one is that, Matt? I'm not up on a lot of the sideshow stuff much anymore. Oh, the one, is that the one with like the skull face paint type thing? Ah, okay. Wasn't that shown off at like last year's Spooktacular, or was that earlier in the year? I'm kinda, like I said, I'm not really up on sideshow stuff. Like, I didn't even like watch any of the Spooktacular stuff this year. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I remember seeing it, but I don't remember when. I want to say it was last Spooktacular, but I could be wrong. I don't pay much attention to Sideshow. The only emails I get from them, it's always Hot Toys in there. They don't really do a lot of the stuff I'm into. The only last thing was that Harley Quinn I got, which I actually finally displayed it. I didn't customize it yet, but I fixed the keyhole for the peg so I could at least not have her in the box for like a year. It's a nice statue, I just don't like the certain elements on it, which I will fix down the line. Yeah, I saw the Sideshow Venomized Hulk, but I think I just saw it like real quick and I just kept moving because it's basically two characters I really don't care about put together. It's kind of funny, all the guys on like the fan art stuff is all Venomized, and then all of a sudden Sideshow does one, I guess, which is kind of funny. But then again, I guess it was popular in the comics for a while too. Yeah, like, I don't really pay attention to Sideshow. I just don't see much that they're doing I could care for. Another camera? That's not bad. I'll have to write these down. I'll have to go back on the stream and check them out. I mean, I would say, I mean, Sideshow's gotta be hurting. I mean, there's so much 3D files out there now and fan art stuff. I mean, it's got to be hard for them to compete with all that now, I would think. I mean, I think a year or so ago it was only a drop in the bucket, but now like everyone I talk to doesn't. They're all just talking about files to print. Well, I think they kind of target more or less the, you know, people who are not really into like painting and sculpting. They're just kind of the collectors. I think they definitely will always have that market. But I do get a lot of people, you know, that contact me about customs and stuff, and then they're always asking like, where did you get this item? Where did you get that item? And I turn them toward like the 3D print side. And they're like, I never knew this existed. And then it kind of opens up the floodgates for them. So, yeah, I don't think they'll go away, but I think it is hurting them. I think it is. You know? I mean, I don't think it's hurting to the point where like, oh my god, what are they gonna do, blah blah blah, but I think it's also, you know, like for instance, they're doing a Venomized Hulk, but if you go onto the fan art stuff, there's Venomized Hulks, there's Venomized Wolverines, Mary Janes, Gwen Stacy's, you know, so it's like, how many people are looking for a Venomized Hulk compared to like the Spider-Man family with Venomized Spider-Man characters? So I think that would hit their pockets. And I also too, I guess the other thing I could say is, a lot of people now are bitching about shipping costs because of, you know, all the tariffs and, you know, blah blah blah. So a lot of people are like, well, like you said, alright, so if you pay $1,200 for an item, but then I guess if you have the shipping cost, blah blah blah, for that amount of money you might say, well, I'll just have somebody in America 3D print an item and I'll send that to a painter, I'll paint it myself. You spend about the same amount of money or so, but you get more of like a personalized item. Kind of see what I'm saying? That's kind of like where I'm seeing a lot of fans say and go. I'm not saying all people are doing that, but like you said about the ES on Sideshow stuff, their ES stuff is getting lower and lower now, so it's kind of becoming a collectible again, compared to, for what, I think like what, around the 2016 era and up for a while, the ES stuff on all of them was crazy. Yeah, I don't know about the creature stuff. But the only thing, Terrell, so, alright, so you're saying they're getting good feedback. So remember when they did Court of the Dead stuff, they got crazy feedback for that and everybody loved it. But then I guess after they did the second wave, even people I know who collected it were like, I'm over this stuff, and they sold it all. So a couple of my friends and people I know that were into the Court of the Dead stuff, they got rid of it. So, you know, maybe it's a good hype in the beginning, but then if they start doing like rehashes and versions over, it'll kill it. I don't know. I really don't know how it'll play out. I just think people are just moved on to 3D prints. Yeah, I think if the ES stuff stays low, it becomes collectible, and then if people miss out, they'll buy the second wave if they redo the characters. But I think the mistake there for a while was, even I think like Prime 1 and XM, they made too many items and they started collecting dust there. Like after everything cooled down after the, what was it, 2020 lockdowns, and people started like watching their money again, I think people, they overproduced somewhat. I think that's kind of how I saw it a bit. But I mean, I could be wrong. You know, we could see what kind of happens in the next couple years. I just think people are, I don't know, from my perspective and the people I work with, more are watching their money and rather get a grail of a character they love than, you know, all this extra stuff. And then again, everyone I talk to is every time there's an event from Prime One or Sideshow or XM. Well, I don't know about XM anymore, but right away everyone's like, "Oh, we're gonna get another Batman. We're gonna get another Super." You know, it's like the same stuff over and over. So, like I said, I could be wrong, but we'll see what plays out. But for me personally, I'm all about the STL stuff now. I got like, there's the 2 Bayonettas that just came out recently. I wanted to make those next year for myself in the worst way. I still got to finish the other Bayonetta. There's a couple of Velma items I want. It's just like the STL stuff is kind of just booming. Yeah, I think, like I said last time, a lot of people who were into the whole movie scene and the Marvel stuff and superhero stuff, since Disney killed all the Marvel movies with their stupid shit they were doing, a lot of the fans kind of moved on to Pokemon, because I see Pokemon's blowing up right now with the cards and the shows. It's crazy what's going on. But do they really look down on 3D prints? Because everyone I talk to, they're saying the 3D sculpting is getting better and better. You know, and the printing's getting better. Like a couple of the guys I know that bought like new printers recently, the prints are phenomenal. Like prints, like 3D prints, like from people in their houses about 3 years ago, had a lot of errors, and they were kind of like, they're not quite there. But the new printers now, you know, they print out these things and they're great. You know, I rarely see any of those errors, and even the supports are kind of like gone. So there's not like a lot of divots like there used to be. Yeah, Pokemon stuff is absolutely insane. So if you got some, like, I watch these guys on YouTube that hold these shows, and the amount of, like, you know what it is Pokemon gets every age group. Everything from like 5-year-old kids all the way up to guys that are like 60s, you know, like Pokemon gets the whole age group, whereas like comic book shows, you don't get a lot of younger kids into it. It's more the adults. So I think Pokemon drives the young base in more. But also the thing with the Pokemon stuff is people run to Walmarts and Targets and Costco to get the cards so they can flip it and make money. So I wouldn't say it's really fans that are going for it. It's more people that say, oh, I can make money off of this stuff. Because let's face it, that's what happened with comic books during the comic book movies. Like if you watch all those comic book influencers on YouTube, they don't talk about the artists, they don't talk about the writers, they don't talk about the stories. All they do is talk about comic books and how they're like values. And they talk about like, oh, well, it was $300 this month, but now it's $250. It's like, they don't talk about the comic. They talk about it like it's a stock. So that's kind of what happened with the comic books, I guess. Yeah, but the 3D prints have come a long way, and a lot of guys are doing better. And I think guys are slowly getting away from over texturizing everything too, because that was kind of a problem there for a while. I believe like a lot of sculpts like, oh, we can texturize this and this and this, and it got to the point where everything was textured out the ass. But it seems some sculptors are starting to kind of tone that down again and focus more on the anatomy and the overall look. So I think things are kind of shifting more that way too. You know, I think there will always be a group of people that will buy, you know, fan art items that are pre-painted because they don't want to go to, you know, painters or builders or do it themselves. But I don't know. It's hard to say. I see a shift though. I just see a shift of people I deal with. They're just like, I want my Grail character, or somebody's like, I really love this sculpt, I love this body, but I want to change to this character. So that's what I get more and more these days. But the 3D sculpts are nice now. I really do like what people are doing. It's kind of, I guess it's kind of good. That's why I'm not on like Facebook and collector chats. Kind of don't have to hear what people say. I kind of just see what people contact me and I go from there. Alright, I think the collar is looking good. Good. Good start. Alright. Let's see if we can work on the knot a bit on her chest. I'm sure there's a lot of drama in those chats on Facebook and stuff. I'm sure there's a lot of sculptors and producers talking about other producers. Although I did hear somebody sent me a link, one of my friends, that there is a guy that has been taking money from people and he hasn't been producing anything, so he's been called a scammer. Is that true, Terrell? You seem to be in sort of those groups. I think some of the groups make some good stuff, but but then again, this has always been the thing in the hobby. Even back in around 2005 with other commissioners, you'd have somebody commission this Superman, but then somebody's like, "Oh, I'm going to commission a Superman that's different," and then those people would get pissed off at each other because you're taking money away from me. I made a Superman first, and I'm sure that's what's going on nowadays with commissions and fan art stuff and all this other crap. It's always going to happen. It's funny, but it's always going to happen. Yeah, it seems like we go through a wave of I would say every 3 years, there's always somebody coming out that's taking money and doesn't produce anything. Because I know about, it's definitely before the lockdowns, I would say around the 2016, 2017 era, wasn't there like 2 or 3 guys that were taking money and didn't produce anything? And it was a whole big shitstorm. From my experiences, not everyone is a producer because there's a lot involved. It's not just saying, I'm going to hire the sculptor and I'm going to get 30 people to buy it and I'm going to send it off to the factory and I'm done. You know, you have to plan the payments, you have to talk to the factory, you have to make sure it's being produced, you have to make sure all 30 people are paying. If not all 30 people are paying, you got to offset your cost. It's like, there's way more involved than just making a statue and making money. So that's kind of what happened in the past. There was guys taking money and then all of a sudden they found out that they undercharged or they realized they weren't making any profit and they were starting to jack up prices, and a lot of old stories from back in the day. A lot of stories. Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, I heard about the tweeter head problem. Yeah, I heard about that. Wasn't there a YouTube video, an interview, or something about that? Man, there's always some drama going on. That's why I always tell people I like to stay in my own little world. Oh, that was the person who did the interview? I heard about it, I just didn't know who did it. Yeah, everything's just changed now. Everything from producing, licensing, I guess the factory, shipping. Yeah, I don't know. Well, hopefully you get your items. Hopefully there's no issues. What was the drama with them anyway? Was it just that they're not getting stuff out the door, or like I don't know what the drama was. I kind of forgot about it. Yeah, I know that tariffs were causing a lot of issues. That's kind of why a lot of the shipping's gone up. Yeah, I don't know. The more and more stuff comes out, the more and more I'm kind of just voting for the aliens to come and just kind of wipe us out and just end everything. It's kind of just kind of wipe us out and be like done with this crap. Well, I think that's kind of also probably why people are going to 3D stuff now, because they know they can print it here and have somebody do it. They don't have to wait a couple years for the item to come out. That's probably also part of it. Ah, alright, I see what's going on. No, I mean, that's kind of... Yeah, it's not really new. Oh well, I don't know what to tell you guys. I guess just... Well, that's the thing. I've talked to a couple of friends, and I said if anytime I order something, I figure it's going to be a 2-year wait anyway now. Whatchamacallit, even if when December 10th hits, it's going to be 2 years waiting for that one Moducase block from Sideshow. So I'm at the point now where if I order anything, I'm already expecting it to be like a 2-year wait, you know? And I just ordered one block, and even Moducase can't get that stuff out in time. So... Yeah, ghosted. That I can understand. All right, so being ghosted is kind of causing the problems. Gotcha. So do you think it's the fault of having everything done in China is the problem? Or do you think, I don't know, it's kind of, I know we're having all these trade wars and stuff, but... Oh, so he doesn't have the money for it to come. So that's probably because they raised the prices on. Yeah, I mean, part of me says it sucks, but also part of me says it's like, it's a kick in the teeth because we moved every factory and every production out of the USA. So when you're kind of relying on other countries and shit hits the fan, you know, I don't know, it's... Well, I guess the only thing I could say is I'm here, so I can paint up people's stuff. Well, we'll see how it goes. I guess keep me posted next week if there's any updates. I don't really follow the stuff too much, but I do get wind of some of the drama and what's been going on. It's kind of a shame, because it just hurts collectors, but... I'm sure it'll get worked out. I think we're just going through some growing pains, you know? It's kind of like a little bit of a trade war, go through some growing pains, and it'll probably get better in time. But I guess this was bound to happen one way or the other. I don't think we could have kept going the way we were. Just sucks though, because don't they understand that statues and collectibles is more important than all this other crap? Gotta have our statues on time. That's important. Somebody get the president on the phone and let him know. Tell the people in China to kick those factories back on. Yeah, it's like, remember in Trading Places when the two old guys were in the trading room? Turn those machines back on! This stuff is important. I mean, I don't care about your trade wars. I don't care about your automobiles. I need my next Batman statue, you know? I need the next Wonder Woman statue. Let's get on this stuff. Imagine any of us asking, like, what? What are my friends doing? All my friends are always sending me stupid shit. Anyway. Okay, let's kind of take a look at her, kind of in the zone there for a bit. Where was her key? Was it this one? I think so, yeah. Alright, let me wash my hands real quick. Let's pull this down. We're getting to that age where I'm going to start getting shocks again while touching the camera. Starting to get that static electricity BS. Alright, so what do you guys think of the collar so far on the shirt? I think we're getting there. So I just got to do the triangle pieces on the shirt, like little pieces over here next. That's kind of the next step. That's right, Devastator. They'll be like, I got 20,000 subs, but there's only 10 people that come into my videos, and those 10 people are demanding that you get these towers situated because we need our resin fix. That is more important than your $1 trillion deficit and all this other crap. We're slowly getting there. A lot of tweaking still, so we're getting there. What did I want to do? So let me see. I guess I'm gonna let this cure, because if I try and do the sleeves, I might snap something and regret it. So I don't think I'm gonna mess with it. Yeah, she's messy, and it's a lot of sanding and prepping still, but we're getting there. Worry about the hair and hat and at the end when Raz gets that. So I still got way more to go on this anyway. I don't want to snap those pieces off. So I think what I'll do is next week, if I get some A's, I'm hitting everything here. I'll get this lined up better. You know what I'll do is if I have some extra A's, I'll kind of squeeze it in there and get this lined up. So this way, when I do the shirt, I don't have to worry about that later. Because that didn't line up correctly, and I think this one needs to be lined up too. So I think I'm gonna get those cleaned up this week, next week. Next week is a week of prepping for paints. So I'll try to do some sanding and all this stuff. Yeah. Okay, we won't mess with that too much. It's getting there. Getting there. Oh, I did sort of set up the desks now. Desk and a chair, so I did sort of. So I'm kind of debating it on the chair if I'm gonna glue this in yet, but so I lined these up, but they twist like crazy. So, but I went ahead and got the rods situated. So I'm thinking I might just leave it alone. So this way whoever ends up with them, if they want to kind of turn the chairs or whatever, they can. So I kind of got it as lined up as best as I could. You just saw Idiocracy now? Oh my god, that movie is a classic. I reference that movie all the time, all the dumb people I see on the internet. The amount of dumb people and the way, like, the stuff that comes out of their mouths, I keep saying that we're headed toward idiocracy. That is the future of the human civilization. I think that's more of a documentary than a comedy. So if you guys haven't seen that movie, check it out. It is funny. One funny movie. Let's go to her. One of the best scenes of Idiocracy is when they walk into Walmart and the guy goes, "Welcome to Walmart, I love you." I love that scene. Rita, that's right. Yep. The Walmart's just the funniest one. "Welcome to Walmart, I love you." Or whatever it was. Daniel, alright, so this one is peach, but we're making a dominatrix peach. Wasn't his name President Amachu something? I forgot his name. That's the president we need. That's the he'll get the tariffs going. Oh, let me grab my where's my drawings? Ah, there we go. President Camacho, yeah. So this is the sketch of Peach, the dominatrix that we came up with. The boots and everything. So this is a Poison statue from Street Fighter that were converted. And this is a different Peach head from a different statue than the Poison one. So her hair, which is over here, Camacho, President Camacho. Yeah, so her hand, I got putty under here. Come on, get out. And then this is her hair that goes in the back. She has a crown too, but I don't have the crown. It's in the box. So I've kind of been working on her collar mostly now. But this is a Peach head from a different kit. That's the cool thing about 3D prints, is because you can swap out parts too. She did come with her riding, her little whip thing, but we're making a different one because this one probably gonna sag over time or snap. So we're making a different one for her. And then we changed the hand too, because the original hand that came with it was kind of broken. So getting there. So I'm going to show you guys what I did with the collar. So what I did with the collar is I sanded it down and I gave it that arch that's coming off. So it took a little time to kind of grind it, but you can see the difference of the Aves and the different Aves colors. And I kind of sanded it inside too, around the edge. So that's kind of how I came up with the collar. It was easier this way. I mean, it can still snap and everything, or not careful, but it works out pretty well now. So the idea, now, I don't know if I should, I probably can do it now. I wanted to do something like sort of close to this collar, but not as perfectly close. So what I'm thinking of doing is, let's kind of get this up a little bit more. I gotta find a blue gem. That's what I forgot to do. Well, then again, I didn't go to any hobby stores. So what I'm thinking of doing today, though, is kind of bring down like this collar and do something like, but then again, I don't know if I should do it and wait till I find a blue gem. Let me look in my box of parts if I have anything. Maybe I have something. Without breaking anything on the floor, all the statues I got here. So I have something cool like this, but it's not blue. It's got too much red purple in it, although that would be kind of cool. I mean, I have these, but they're not really. She's kind of more of a yeah, she's got more of like a rounded thing. And I would like to use a gem where it's something I could glue in at the end. You know, if it was something like this, I mean, I could go to Michael's or Joann's or something and find something. Or I could just order it on eBay, but I'm just seeing if I got anything in these parts. She's more rounded than like diamond gem things. Because I got a whole bag of these. That's kind of too small. That's kind of all I have on that stuff. Probably gonna have to order something. Yeah, this is kind of all the jewelry costume stuff I have. I don't have any round things. Blue. I got this, unless we just use one of these big blue gems in here. You know, like this later one. I mean, it doesn't have to be smooth, but it depends on what you guys think. If I should try to hunt something down, or if I just kind of utilize what I have. You know? Fall all over the place. Because I had the earrings already for her. We already went through that last time. But no, I don't want to paint it, because when something like this, it's better to have some kind of a jewelry thing that shines, you glue in at the end. Trying to paint it is kind of just defeats the purpose of making it pop more. I mean, you could make it look kind of cool, but I mean, I would rather just find something where I kind of create like a little bit of a divot with like, you know, the item, and then at the end just put a dab of glue and glue it in. It just makes it pop more. Because I had the earrings. I'll show you the earrings. Oh, you get it out of the box. Container, come on. Here we go. So, right. So whenever I do this stuff, I always like to find a piece that works. So these are, you know, nipple earring stuff. No, I did not use them, so don't worry about that. But what we did last time was I cut this one, and then at the end of the paint up, you just kind of just glue it into the ear, and it looks better, you know. So that's the goal with the earring. So I guess I'll have to see if I can find something to order. Like even if it's like a blue opal, like a cheap little $4 opal thing or something. I thought I would have had some, but let's see, do I have? Oh, this place is a mess. Oh, well, see, I have these. Maybe this will work. It's got a little bit of... Yeah, actually, that would look kind of cool. That one kind of works. I got extras for backup. Right, the only reason why it's staying, because this is like sticky stuff. I like that blue. I think that would look good. Because this is going to be pink. And I think it'll pop pretty well. Yeah, maybe I'll just use that. Let's see, I don't have... what do you guys think? Just go with that? Because at the end I can just put a dab of glue and glue it right in. I mean, I could go on Etsy real quick. I can't show it on stream, but I could go on Etsy and just see real quick if there's anything. I would say it's probably like what, 15 millimeter. Yeah, I mean, I could find a bigger one. Hold on, let me grab this. So my ruler I've had since 1996. So you're probably about 15 millimeter oval. It's like 15 millimeter oval gem. Blue. Whoa, man, spending $80 for one. Yeah, they got a bunch of them on, alright, so something like this. Here we go. I could probably show you the link, or something like this. Crap, I can't do a whole, oops. Too much of a... Damn it. Something like that. Then there's, let's see. Yeah, I'll have to look, but there's stuff like that you can get. I could probably find. Does that link work? There's crazy ones though that are like freaking $80 a piece for one. Yeah, I could probably go that route. So I'll save that link. I'll do some searching. So I'll order something this weekend. Yeah, there's a lot more though. So I'll kind of look around. See, the reason why I like that one is it's got that silver backing to it. So this way, when you glue it in, you got that silver, which makes it pop. There's a couple other ones too. Like here's an. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah. So here's another one. So I'll save this one too. But stuff like that is what you want to look for when you glue something in, because this way it pops. Anything that's got a see-through, what happens is when you try, you would have to sort of paint the area gold, like silver, to make it pop. So yeah, I'll have to snag one of those options this weekend. Kind of what I'll do. So since I won't do that, maybe what I'll do is work on her back. No. Alright, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do then. I was gonna work on the collar. You know what? Maybe I'll work on the trim. That's what I'll do. Get this stuff out of my way. This stuff is going to be a little bit tricky, but we can make it work. Alright, so the A's is a little bit tough, so maybe this will work. Get this out of the way. Hold on, let me look at that picture real quick again. Let me just see. So the way this picture, it had sort of texture and a little dot on it. So what I was thinking of doing, let's see if this works. It's going to be tricky. So I'm just throwing some of the solvent on there to sort of get any dust off. Alright. Get on there. It's at an angle, so it's kind of a pain in the ass. I was thinking of investing in one of those like what is it? Those resin pen maker things. You ever see those things where it kind of like melts the resin or the plastic, and you kind of draw with it, but you sculpt with it? I was thinking of get one of those for stuff like this down the line. Yeah, it's like a hot glue gun, but it's like I think it's plastic or like I've seen somebody, they did a sculpture and they created a wireframe with it, and then they sculpted over that wireframe. So I was kind of curious if any of that stuff would be good with like painting. I mean, I never used this stuff, but I'm kind of curious. Filament, that's what it is, that's right. I've seen those where, like, you know, like if you wanted to build something, I've seen guys like sort of create an armature and then they use like clay over it. So I'm kind of wondering if that would be good for this stuff. But the only problem is it primable? Does it break? You know? They're not that expensive. I know we talked about them a while back, and I did save one in my Amazon. Maybe Black Friday they'll be cheap. Have to see. Yeah, the only thing, I mean, I would only use it for like line work, not really like sculpting, but just kind of like sort of creating the line work. Like, you know, like how I did this line here with the eaves. I would like to see if that pen could sort of make that line and stick to the eaves and be primable. That's kind of like what I was thinking of getting one of them for. I just want to see if I like the way that's going to look. I don't think I'm going to like that. It's going to push it out too much. Let's see if I can do something different here. The only thing I'm worried about is if I was to get it and say I put it on the item and I primed them up and painted, like, would it like pop off? That's the only downside. I'm not sure. Well, I think they are pretty small, aren't they? I thought they were like kind of really, at least I remember they were small. Yeah, I think the ones that we talked about a couple streams back, they were only like, I think they were like $80 pens. I'm gonna check on Black Friday again, and if they have one that I think might work, I'm gonna experiment. And if I like the way it is and I think it's working good, then maybe what I'll do is get a better one that's a little bit more advanced. So I think it would be good if, you know, also to kind of build armature stuff, you know? Like say I want to build hair. Like maybe I should get it and I can use it as an experiment with the Misty hair, because her hair's got those points. So I don't know, maybe it's worth a shot. Not so much as hairline details. I mean, it could work, but it's also kind of creating the shape of the hair. You know, because I always have a problem with points on hair, like certain points. So if that could sort of kind of create the point for me and then build onto it with ease, which kind of help. Kind of what I'm thinking about. It's kind of hard to, well, not really hard to explain. I mean, kind of like short hair on a character, it's kind of a pain in the ass. Yeah, I think Black Friday, I'm going to look into getting one. I think I know what I want to do. This is too hard to do it. That's what I'm going to do. Alright. We're going to do something different. I got an idea. I think the AU's is too hard. It's stiffened up on me too much. So what I'm going to do, I have a filler over here. Well, I have this filler. So I'm kind of working on. This is my messy armature hair from all the filler AUs I've been having. Okay. fresh eaves. I think I can do what I want. Alright, let me wash my hands. Should use the gloves, but oh well. Now I think I can do what I want to do. So I want to the idea is I want to create like little arches. I was sort of able to do it before, but it was too hard to do it. So with the softer eaves, it should work out better. It's easier to just kind of slap a chunk of eaves, cut it if you like. This one's too large. Okay, so should be better. This one's too rough. Hey JC, how's it going? There we go. And then that little light sanding at the end, and it'll give it a little bit of a fan look. Alright. So are you flying somewhere or what? Thought Patrol? Hey, that's a good thing. Well, if they sell, they sell. They don't, they don't. But the idea is just keep going back and forth. You know, they sell, we pick up new ones, and we keep going. Keep the rotation going. Thought Patrol. It's probably a bachelor party or something, man. You should probably get on the vehicle and just hang out with them. Tell them you're friends with Tommy. Everybody knows a Tommy. MySpace. Alright there, boomer. No, we just need to go back to the 80s or 90s with no internet. Life was better with no internet. I still say you should hit that party bus, Devastator. We might never hear from you again, but at least it might be fun. No, but I think population doubled since the internet. And I think also the days before the internet we also had mental asylums. But now they got rid of all the mental asylums. The crazy people are on the road. So I think that's the problem. Bring mental asylums back, and I think we'll be okay. Well, no, that's the problem, is all the people that would be in a mental asylum is on the internet now, and they're running wild. So I think that's where we went wrong. You know, the crazy cat lady that used to be down the street that nobody would bother, she has access to the internet now. And the crazy cat ladies are the ones that are ruining the world. Yeah, I said it. No, I think I think the mental asylums kept them out of Washington D.C. I think the Washington D.C. people back in the day were just like sellouts, but now I think the mental people are actually in office now, which is causing problems. I mean, when you have people calling 911 at McDonald's because they didn't get enough sauce, is a problem. You know? I'm sorry, but in the 90s, you know, if anyone called 911 to get sauce, everybody would have laughed in their face, you know? But now you got people on the internet cheering them on like, yeah, they needed their sauce. So we've gone nuts. That's why we are headed toward idiocracy. That's not just one story. It's a lot. I've seen like many stories of like people losing their mind because they don't get sauce or extra anchovies or whatever. It's kind of hard to ignore it. I mean, you can, but yeah, 80s or 90s, the friggin', you would even have customers probably beating the hell out of her, you know? People are just insane. Yeah, well, like I said, I was telling my friend earlier today, I said, just bring the aliens, let them come and take us, harvest us, whatever they're doing, because we're not going in the right direction. There's just too many crazy people out there. I don't think Skynet's coming. I think Skynet's like, you guys are on your own. Skynet will probably develop a rocket ship and get the hell off the planet. They're like, it's not even worth it. Yeah, I think it's also main character syndrome. You're right. I think everybody thinks they're the center of the planet and the world. People need to get hobbies again. That's the problem. Look at us. We're sane. We just sculpt and deal with resin and chemicals all day. No, I think that if Skynet came to be, I think they would kind of contact the alien to be like, yo, come down here and get us off this planet. They're like, these people are crazy. What is it now? What is the biggest thing now? They say like Waffle House is like the, like if you go to Waffle House when it's after hours, it's just chaos. And what was it, the last video I saw of the Waffle House is when they threw a chair at that girl and she kind of like threw it away. Like it's just another day of working at Waffle House. Yeah, it's ventilized, but it's still chemicals all day long. Who cares at this point? She lost her job for catching the chair? No, but it's like a well-known fact now that like Waffle House is the place for chaos. Wow. Yeah, these days you can't even defend yourself. Like if somebody breaks into your house and you shoot them, you're in trouble now. It's like they break into my house, they're gonna kill me, but I defend myself and I'm in trouble. Like, wasn't there a couple teens that broke into a house and got shot and like the mother is suing now? Like, we've gone backwards in society. Hell, over in Canada, they told people if you someone breaks into your house, just let them take stuff. But then again, that's Canada, so. At least down south in America, if somebody breaks in your house, it's different. But up north, you can't protect yourself anymore, which is weird. But the politicians can steal our money, but we can't defend ourselves. So it's a very ass backwards world we live in. Yeah, I've seen some of those people at Walmart, but not like it used to be. But then again, maybe it's just my area. Well, I think, what is it, in New Jersey, if somebody breaks into your house, if they're coming toward you, you can shoot them at center mass, but if they're running away from you, you can't shoot them above the waist. So, it's crazy. Like, if someone breaks in your house, they beat you up, but then they're running away, and if they're running away with maybe, like, you know, a child or something, if you shoot them above the waist, you're still at fault or something. So it's like in that situation, like, are you really thinking about, oh my god, where am I gonna, you know, save my family member? Yeah, it like there's some kind of like law or rule or something, I don't know. Like I said, the state is just, it's gotten worse. Nah, my rule is if somebody breaks in, I'll help them try to find some money and valuables. Because what are they going to do, run out with a statue? By the time they get to the car, it's going to be all broken up anyway. You know? So we'll look for money together. Then again, you don't have to break into homes anymore. You can, what is it? Like, you can loot up to under $900 and it's just a misdemeanor now, right? So you could just kind of loot stores and get away with it. Well, yeah, I know in California it's a rule, right? If you loot up to under $950, just like a misdemeanor. That's why California has all those people looting like crazy. And I think other states wanted to adopt that rule. Unless it's changed. I don't know. I mean, I know it was like that for a while. Yeah, Black Friday isn't what it isn't. All the stores realize that it's not worth having a Black Friday sale, you know, with people bashing down their doors, so they just do everything online now. And honestly, it's like there's no reason to rush to a store anymore. Remember back in the day, people used to like line up for Black Friday sales, but people don't do that anymore because there's no need to. Again, these days, everybody already has a TV. Even a cheap $100 TV is good enough for people, so you don't need to rush out and get that new plasma or any of that crap anymore. You know what I used to laugh though about Black Friday is I would actually go to the store. You know what it is? If you pay attention throughout the year, you would see that those appliances and those computers and those laptops are all old technology, and it's been low price throughout the year. And then what they used to do is Black Friday, they would jack up the price an extra $30, but then they would say it's on sale and everybody would go nuts. And I used to be able to find better deals like in the summertime than on a Black Friday. And I used to laugh too when people would buy like old computers and they're like, oh my god, it was only $100. I'm like, yeah, but the thing is already 3 years old. Yeah, I used to love the videos of the Black Friday mobs and everything, but you don't get those anymore. Not like they used to be. I think corporations and businesses are like, it's just not worth the hassle. Just put everything up on sale online for the whole month. I think also Amazon killed Black Friday. Because everyone just shops on Amazon and then you're done. I think it killed it for the chaos and the funny videos. But other than that, it's kind of like where things are at, I guess. Although I did love seeing, like, you know, people fighting over like a toaster oven for like $10. Well, as of right now, Amazon is like the only thing. I mean, Walmart and Targets by me don't carry the stuff like they used to. And then Bed and Bath is gone. Some of the hobby stores are gone. Hell, even some of the auto parts stores don't carry stuff that I need. So I have to go to Amazon. Yeah, Bezos pretty much took over everything. And I gotta admit though, like for my parents, Amazon's perfect because they can't really go to stores like they used to anymore, you know, because of their age. So they could order on Amazon, and if they don't like it, they just send it back, you know. So they don't have to go to stores to try stuff and then return it and all that other stuff. So I guess for elderly people, it's kind of like works out perfect. But we still have all the old videos on YouTube, so we could always go back and remember the times people went crazy for a 3-year-old computer. Yeah, there was also a lot of like people going to emergency rooms. Good times, good times. kind of funny you mention that, because Amazon was kind of part of the .com era, you know? And I was watching some videos today because everyone's crying now about AI and that the bubble's gonna burst and, you know, sell your stocks and blah, blah, blah. It's kind of reminds me of the .com era, because you always kind of do the opposite of what they tell you. And they're telling you to sell this, sell that, get out of it now. But they told everybody in the .com era to do it too. But the people who kept their Amazon and, you know, Apple and all this other stuff, it skyrocketed. But the funny thing is, in the .com era, when they were telling people to get out of it, like CNN, everybody was getting out, but all the rich people were buying it up because they knew it was coming. So that kind of reminds me of Amazon back then, like what's going on now. You know, because I see all these videos, the AI bubble's going to burst, it's the .com era all again, sell your stocks, get out of this, get out of that. Meanwhile, all the rich people are buying everything up on the cheap. So I remember they were saying Amazon was going to fold and it was a bad investment and blah, blah, blah. But look what happened. I mean, let's face it, another 10 years, Amazon's going to be the only thing selling stuff, probably. Probably won't be any stores anymore. Yeah, Bitcoin is the thing I kind of wish I got more of back in the day. But I remember when I first started working in 2001 at that advertising company, and that's when I got that, you know, the IRA plan. And I remember after like Apple released like OS X, I was like, you know, I want to buy Apple stock. I want to buy it in the worst way. And I remember the Morgan Stanley lady was like, "Duh, you don't want to put that in your IRA. You want to do this." I was like, "No, I want Apple. I want Apple. I want Apple." So she's like, "Oh, I'll do it, but you really..." And I was like, "No, I want to buy Apple." So ever since then, for my IRA, I was investing in Apple stock, and it paid off. You know? And it was just funny, though, because around that time, you know, they're telling you, you don't want to do this, you want to put it into this mutual fund and this and that. And it was like, they were doing whatever they were told to do. I knew when Apple released OS X, I knew right away that was going to be the game changer for computers down the line. Because it was an amazing operating system. You know, it's funny you mentioned gold. I wish I was a silver stacker and a gold stacker. Because I watch a lot of these videos now of silver stackers. And they were buying gold and silver back in the day when silver was like $5 an ounce and gold was like $100 an ounce. And now gold is the highest. Well, what was it, like 3 weeks ago, gold was 4,400, right? 4,400 an ounce, the highest it's ever been. Even if you bought gold back in 2020, 1 ounce gold, it was what, $1,600 an ounce, and I think silver was $17 an ounce. Right now, I think it's at 4,000, but a couple weeks ago, it was at 4,400, the highest it's ever been. And silver was like, what, 55 an ounce? But yeah, I never realized that there was gold and silver stackers. Like, people would, like, every time they got a paycheck, they would go and buy silver or gold. And that's something I wish I did, too. I just didn't know anybody that did it, you know? It wasn't kind of like a common thing where people talked about. Well, here's the thing about silver, and I've been watching a lot of videos about, you know, silver stacking, because I've been thinking about, you know, maybe getting into it a little bit more. Every time you have a couple bucks, you buy like a silver ounce coin. Everything is made with silver now. Everything. You know, your computers, your cell phone, your car, your electronics, everything has silver in it. And the rumor is supposedly they're going to make silver batteries soon. And if they make silver batteries, it's supposed to take over lithium batteries or cobalt or whatever. And it's supposed to charge faster, have more storage, less power. But the problem is all the silver that's out there will be gobbled up. So, I'm not saying this is financial advice, but a lot of people have been talking about when I've been reading is like, start, you know, stocking up on silver coins. That's kind of like they're saying that silver batteries might be the future. Yeah, it's crazy how so I like you know I really wish I was buying silver when it was like $5 an ounce. Yeah, they said copper too. Like copper is going to like I think they got a couple things in the pipeline for copper because I think that's why they wanted to stop pennies because they could start using the copper in different things now. I think what it is gold and silver is a store of wealth. It's not really like investments. It's just that it's a store of wealth that if the dollar ever crashed, you have some kind of value in hand. And that's kind of like what they really don't teach you in like high schools anymore. Yeah, that's the problem. You're not made of money, so you can't really like buy up gold and silver a lot. But I mean, what did they say? What is silver now? Like $52 an ounce, I think? Something, or 48, something like that. So everyone's saying that, I watch these videos that, oh yeah, silver's really expensive, I can't afford it. But they say in another year when silver is $100 an ounce, they're going to say you wish you got it at $50 an ounce. You know? It's 48? Okay. It's kind of funny, like with YouTube and all the stuff that's going on, I look into more of this stuff during the week, and I'm sitting there like, this is the type of stuff they should be teaching you in high school, you know? But they don't teach you this type of crap. I mean, crap, what was like, when I was in high school, silver was probably like $3 an ounce. I was watching some of these silver stackers, and they have those videos, and there's just piles and piles of silver, and they have gold coins, and I'm sitting there like, holy crap, how long these guys have been stacking? Yeah, I think when I was looking at gold and silver, gold was $1,600 an ounce, and silver was $17 an ounce. Yeah. But I'm saying, like, at least the school program should be teaching you, like, you know, if you buy gold and silver, it's not an investment, it's a store of wealth. But I guess it was just, I wasn't really into coins as a kid, so I never even thought to look at about gold and silver. Because if I think about it now, you know, every time I went to the comic book store, I could have went and bought a couple things of silver or gold, you know? Buy a couple comic books, buy one thing of gold, you know, silver, a coin of silver or gold, and stack up on it. And then today, have a nice little chunk of change. You know, it's kind of funny, Devastator, you mentioned that. I think that's in one of my e-trades that I look at. One company I looked into was called Tungsten, American Tungsten, because I was doing a lot of research. Like, ever since, like, I've been learning more about the dollar's crashing and it's just not its value. I've been looking into, like, you know, Bitcoin, precious metals, stocks. So I learned that tungsten metal is used in everything. It, like, you can't produce anything without tungsten, and that's in, like, all metals. So this isn't financial advice for anybody either, but I looked at this American tungsten company, and it was like, I think when I looked at it, it was like 40 cents a stock share. So I had a couple bucks left in my E-Trade, and I bought some, and it went up to like $3, but now I think it's around 150. So I guess with this whole, you know, precious metal trade war that's going on, it's kind of like the future. Because I think they want to open up more mining and like finding precious metals in America again. So that's kind of what I'm like looking into. You see, now you got me, I'm gonna, hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Do you know their stock ticker, Devastator? I'm always interested in this stuff because I can't invest in, like, you know, Amazon, which is what, like $1,000 a share or any of that crap. But if a lot of this mining stuff is like, you know, penny stocks, I always say, like, it's kind of okay to gamble on that if you put, like, you know, a couple bucks down, because you never know. But I think metals and precious metals and minerals are the future, because we're so reliant on the Congo, China, and like Madagascar and all these other like areas, but we don't do it in America anymore. So let me see. HYMC. Like I said, this is no stock advice, but cool. I'm gonna look into them. I'll keep an eye on their stock ticker. I'll add it to my my batch here. Yeah, so let me see. 2 years ago, yeah, they were only like $2. Yeah, all right. I'll keep an eye on it. I have about I think 13 precious mineral companies I've been looking at. See, since I'm not a full-time employee with a company anymore, that I get, like, you know, I have an IRA plan and stuff. Since I'm self-employed, I'm trying to look at stuff for the long term, and I've been looking at a lot of those mining companies and precious metal companies and stuff, minerals. So I'll kind of add that to my list. If I ever have like extra funds, maybe snag a couple shares. Yeah, I heard it's funny you mention all this stuff. Whatchamacallit? If you go to the, what is it? The United States government precious mineral list of what's like in really high demand. They give you all the minerals that are really in high demand and what they really want to start focusing on. And if you look at the companies that are mining that stuff, that's the companies that might start growing. So yeah, that's I'll check into it. Hey Jacob, oh you made it, man. Where have you been? I sent you another email. I was hoping you were still okay. You disappeared again. Yeah, we're talking about, it's not financial advice, but we're just kind of talking about precious minerals and stocks and stuff like that. Because I look at it this way. There's no new companies out there anymore. I think the green energy was a bust. And I'm glad I never invested in any of that. I pretty much, most of my investments were kind of like in Apple, AMD, and TSM, stuff like that. But I think the future now is minerals, because I think we might get a boom of new technology, but we're going to need all these minerals to do it. So I'm kind of, I'll keep an eye on that stock. Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure you're okay, Jacob. You disappeared again, so I wasn't hoping you didn't have like a relapse where you kind of ended up back in the hospital. So I don't want to get personal, but I was just making sure you're okay. No, I remember my Morgan Stanley guy contacted me. This was probably back in like 2018, 2019, maybe earlier. He's like, oh, we want to change a couple of your stocks. I'm like, don't touch my Apple. Leave my AMD alone. TSM, don't touch it. But he's like, oh, I want to put you in some of this green energy stuff. I said, no. I said, you're not selling any of my stuff for green energy. I go, you're not doing it. He's like, oh, but you know, it's predicted to be a lot of heavy return. I said, nope. I said, you keep me away from that stuff. So he's like, okay. He's like, but you know, you're really heavy on Apple and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, just leave it alone. I said, don't touch it. And it was a good thing I didn't get into it. Whenever they try and push stuff, that's kind of when I kind of get away from it. But I'm more into this precious metal stuff now, minerals. I'm thinking that's the future. But that's just me. Like I said, it's kind of, there's nothing else out there, you know? There's no new technology, there's no new energy stuff, there's just nothing really new. So the only thing I could see is the young generation of kids, all they want is their phone. That's it. Even millennials, it's just the phone. So invest in companies that just make the phone. Oh, okay, Jacob. Alright, well, as long as you're around and you're doing better, you know. Like I said, I got concerned you kind of ended up back in the hospital. Well, there was one battery company I was looking into, and they were doing a salt battery. It was based on sodium, and that was kind of like a rumor where future batteries would go. So that was something I was looking into, but they weren't a publicly traded company, so I don't know anything about that. I just heard that, like, batteries are going to go towards silver. That's the only thing I heard. Yeah, I think the cobalt stuff. Plus, we don't have enough cobalt to make the batteries from what I've been reading and looking into. That's fine, Jacob. Like I said, I just want to make sure you're alright. Because the last email you sent me, I replied, I didn't hear anything, so. And that was like a month ago, I think. Yeah, I would look at Devastator. I would look into silver batteries, because like I said, I think that's the future. They said silver might be the future for batteries. But there's a company that's trying to make sodium batteries, which is just like salt water. I'm just keeping an eye out for that stuff. And I guess it is age too. But I figure, you know, Like, look what happened with GameStop. Remember in 2020 with GameStop? It was like $3 a share, and everybody pooled together and, like, you know, did that whole thing to screw the market. But if you bought like $1,000 worth of GameStop and it went up to $440, people were walking out with millions. Lithium? That's got it. Lithium is probably on the mineral list of the government, right? I forgot what the list was called, but if you go to the government, federal government, there is a mineral list on top minerals they're focusing on. Lithium is probably on there. Yeah, the GameStop thing was just kind of like, it was like people were bored at home during lockdowns, and they pooled together and did all that stuff. So barren copper, yeah, phosphate, silicon, silver. I know silver was up there, and I know they put tungsten on the list too, right, Jacob? Because I've been looking into that tungsten company. And I'm glad I got a bunch of it while it was only like 40 cents a share. So I'm hoping that if they break ground in Ohio, maybe it'll go up. See, the only thing is I did a lot of research on this. Well, I didn't do research. I was just listening to videos. The reason why they stopped minerals mining in America was because it became very toxic to mine the minerals. And then they didn't really have the technology to split the minerals from the rocks. And then when they did, it was very, a lot of pollution. So that's why China took over. And they took over the world because they didn't care about the pollution. So that's why China's completely but China didn't care. But what is it? They cornered the market. So they have all the minerals they farmed already, and it's all been processed, and they have all the technology to split the minerals. Yeah, but we were just talking about this earlier, Jacob. The new rumors now, because I watch a lot of the gold and silver videos about stacking, and basically, the rumor is we're going to be making silver batteries now, which is going to be more charge, less charging time, and cleaner energy than lithium. So that's why I think there's this whole big silver. You guys have seen the big silver issue, right? There's not enough silver in UK. They had to deliver silver to UK real fast. And India is buying up silver like crazy right now. Yes, California won't mine anything. But like I said, the one tungsten company is supposed to break ground in Ohio. And from what I understand, the government is backing them up on it. So from what I understand, though, there's a lot of silver and gold mines in America, but they stopped all that production here because of pollution and, like you said, red tape, and it all moved to China. So yeah, I saw that too, Devastator. Yeah, so that's kind of why I've been looking into, you know, stacking silver and gold if I ever can get the extra money, because that's basically a hedge against the dollar. Man, I wish somebody told me when I was younger, just go buy silver coins every once in a while. Man, just had nobody to tell me to do that back in the day. Yeah, that's true, Jacob. I don't know, I'm just looking at other things. Like I said, I think if they go to silver route with batteries, then lithium, we really won't need lithium anymore. As far as I know, like tungsten, I don't think you have to really separate it as much. There was a couple other ones, Devastator, I was looking. You know another one I was looking at? Hold on, let's see. It is Military Metals Corporation. Hold on, I'll put this. Like I said, this isn't financial advice, but it was just something I was looking at. So Devastator, this is another one I was looking into. It's not MILF, it's MILF. For some odd reason, that was coming up in a lot because of the military needs specific mining stuff, you know, for military operations. And let's face it, the military complex, they're never going to give up their, you know. So that was something I was looking into as well. I think when I snagged a few is when it was... I forgot when I got a couple of them. Like I said, I had a couple bucks, so I snagged them. I know they're penny stocks, and I know people are like, oh, it's penny stocks, but you never know if someday they blow up, you know? But, yeah, I'll check out the one you mentioned. See about it. There's a couple others I'm watching, too, but I really don't have any funds at the moment. Oh, that was the catalytic converters they were taking. Right? The catalytic converters. Wasn't it because there was an element inside? I thought it was just they were very expensive to produce. What do you mean, Devastator? It's set up. I've always been in long-term investments. I've never been the type to be like buy low, sell high type stuff. I'm not like a day trader or anything. I just have my financial guy that calls me from my IRA. He's always like, well, you know, you need to diversify and try other stocks and blah, blah, blah. Because everything right now is just BlackRock, Vanguard, or whatever else there is. You know, it's just like, that's all people invest in is BlackRock and Vanguard. I don't think there was anything in catalytic converters. It was. I think it was just. I think it was just more of It was just hard to make those things because they were like. I think catalytic converters were like $1,500 a piece. You know, basically, a catalytic converter is just. It takes the gas fumes and it turns it into, like, you know, water. I don't think there was anything in it, but maybe I'm wrong. But I know they were like $1,500 a piece, so people were stealing them just to resell them to put them in someone else's car. It's OTC market? Oh, okay. No, it's fine, Devastator. I'm learning as I go, though, you know? Like I said, I don't have thousands of dollars to invest in stuff. But, like, say if I have an extra, you know, $40 here or there a month, maybe I could pick up a couple stocks, you know? Maybe, you know, like, every once in a while, maybe I'll start doing more silver coins. Just, you know, and then Bitcoin, yeah, just to try to spread things out in long term. I just think the mineral stuff is kind of the future, but we'll see. Oh, palladium or rhodium. Yeah, I think rhodium is a very popular. I think you could buy rhodium coins or something, right? I didn't know that was in there. You know, there's other metal coins you could buy too. There's like platinum, right? There's silver, gold, platinum, and I think there is rhodium coins, and I think there's a couple other different coins. So it's not just gold and silver coins you can buy. There's other stuff too. I think platinum is close to $1,000 an ounce now. Yeah, antimatter if you can get it. Kind of like the way that looks now. See how that happens when I sand it down and prime it. This is actually kind of fun. I'm actually able to talk to people about this type of stuff. I have one friend that we talk stocks, but my other friends don't really give a shit. So yeah, silver is 48 an ounce. I think, like we were talking about before, it was about $54 an ounce. But there's also a premium to it, though, so you're paying almost $55 to $59 an ounce, you know, because of, you know, dealer premiums. Yeah, adamantium and vibranium. You say that now, but watch like one of these mining companies discover a metal that nobody's ever found before, and the company is like, you know, becomes trillionaires, you know, or something like that. I don't know. I think, you know, as I got older and as I see the dollars going to crap, I'm looking at all these other different types of things to invest in now. Let's face it, my black bag Superman comic books are not going up as I thought they were going to go up. So I'm a little heartbroken that I can't retire on Death of Superman comics anymore. But you never know, they might go back up. Yeah, silver. Alright, so in 2020 is when I started looking at silver and gold. A 1 ounce gold was $1,600 and silver was $17. And with the whole trade wars and the tariff stuff, everyone got scared and it all just skyrocketed. Spice? What kind of spice? I like that. Looks good. Getting there. Yeah, don't be, you know what it is? Don't be spending your money on OnlyFans. Buy gold and silver. Wait, that's not advice. I can't imagine the Death of Superman book being worth that much money. I really can't. It would be. They made so many of them. It's unreal how many they made. Well, when I went to Terrificon this year, the guy had a long box of black bag Supermans for $5 each. I bought a couple of them. Just for the hell of it. Yeah, pimpin's where it's at. Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. Alright, so when I went to Terrificon this year, I was walking through comic books and I saw a box and it said Death of Superman black bags $5 each, or like I think it was 4 for $15 or something. So I was laughing my ass off that I saw a long box of these comics in there, and I was like, I've never seen these many black bag Superman comic books ever in a box. It's still wrapped up. So I bought a couple. And I was going to joke around with my friends this year for Christmas saying, here's a gift, put this in your box of comic books, it's going to be worth millions. So I had to get them just as out of spite. But I remember when this came out, you couldn't find this book anywhere. You couldn't find it in any store, it was gone, everything. But to go to a comic book show and actually see a box of just these books, I was like, unreal. Nah, I'm not sending those to PSA. Those PSA cases are unreal, too expensive. What I was thinking of doing is though is actually opening up the bag and putting in different comic books and give it to my friends and say, hey, you should definitely open this up. And see, and they open up and get something different, it'd be a riot. Probably would never even make it to his house. The dude would probably be like, who the hell is this guy from Jersey sending me crap? But I don't know, it was a fun show just to see a box of friggin' Death of Superman books. Made me laugh. Yeah, I know. I know. I've always wanted the platinum one because it was like you had to order, what was it, like 100 copies and you would get a platinum one or something. And that was like the grail for me, like before a lot of other comic books came out. And I was like, one day I'm gonna get the platinum one, and then I just never really cared about it. But that was like the rare one to find. You know, they're probably going to do a facsimile of it now soon, too. They'll do, like, an anniversary, because they do facsimiles of everything. So they'll probably do a facsimile of it soon. And it'll be, you know, like a black bag, and, you know, people will buy it. Hell, I'll buy it, just for spite. That's right, you need stocks, gold, silver, Bitcoin, and black bag Supermans, and you'll be wealthy. But a couple good characters came out of the Death of Superman, like Superboy, Connor Kent. I mean, that was a good character. Once other writers got a hold of him. I know a lot of people invested in art. You know, a lot of guys bought a lot of comic book art and stuff. Oh, man. Yeah, Man-O-War Valiant stuff was popular. The one other Valiant book, Harbinger, I think it was very popular. I think that was also the age of Image Comics. You know, Wildcats, Spawn, stuff like that. That was kind of like that 93 era, right? 93 to... 90... 90 to about 95. Because I went to art school in 95, so it was probably 90 to 95. That's kind of like that era. When did the Death of Superman book come out? Was it 90 or 89? Doesn't say on the bag. Yeah, also, I think the Spawn #1, but actually it's the Spawn, the very first appearance of Spawn is from like some free comic, I think it was. Superman was 92, okay. The X-Files tops I remember because I had those, and when I went to sell them during the lockdowns of 2020, I couldn't get anything for them. Spawn Spawn number 11 or 10 is with the first appearance of Angela. I think that's the most important one. But there's a Spawn book. I think it was a free book at conventions that had the first appearance of Spawn, And I think if you could find that book graded at like a 9.8, it's worth like a couple grand. Yeah, Youngblood, Spawn, yeah, Batman Azrael, Wildcats, what was it? The Image book Storm something. Wildstorm? I think it was Wildstorm. Yeah, Deathmate. Deathmate was big there for those foil covers. I remember going to a comic book show to see Todd McFarlane. That's when he was doing Spawn. I think it wasn't really called Wizard World, but you got the tickets in the Wizard magazine, I think, or something. I forget. I don't know. And I remember Deathmates were in boxes of Deathmate books on every vendor throughout the whole entire comic book show. Now, when I say boxes of them, I mean just boxes of piled of Deathmates, and they were just like trying to sell these books like crazy. That's how much they were overproduced. Yeah, the Deathmate stuff was crazy overprinted. But then, I think as Image started to die down, and then I guess Jim Lee and, who was the other guy? I guess Lee Field and somebody else, they all went back to DC and Marvel. They left Image. And I think that's kind of when Image just kind of fell off. Yeah, well, between 90 and 95 was the gimmick era. You had the foils, the hollow foil, the chrome, the die cut covers. You had the bags with cards. You had the posters in the books. You had cards in the books. It was the whole gimmick era. Then there was the first prints, the second prints. And then I guess I would say the 2000s is when they started doing like the 1 in 25 covers, like Adam Hughes would do the random like extra covers. So between 90 and 95 was still like the gimmick era. Yeah, then he had number 0 books. Yep, gold editions, platinum editions. Then don't forget when Spider-Man and Aunt May died, they did I forget what kind of cover that was. It was the die cut cover, but it was kind of pushed out a bit with the tombstone. Wizard half mail. Yep, Ash Can releases. Wizard half issues. Crap, they did a lot of them. Oh, and don't forget too, you had the barcodes. So if you go to the comic book store, it had the Superman symbol or the Marvel symbol. But if you got it at like a 7-Eleven, it was the UPC symbol. So those were like the variants too. It's very hard to find those ones with UP symbol that are not, damaged. Wax, I don't know. Yeah, no, there was but I think that my favorite of the whole gimmick generation was chrome covers. I love the chromium covers. Those were my favorite. Like X-Men Age of Apocalypse when they did X-Men Alpha, and X-Men Omega. Those covers were, I love those Chromium covers. Yeah, the UPC stuff is called, I forgot. Direct edition is the ones with the symbols, but the UPCs were, what are they called? I forget the name what they're called. As much as people want to bitch about the 90s and all those variants and stuff, it was still a good time. It was still fun. Retail edition? No, I don't think it was. I don't think it's retail. There's a name for it. They usually post it on like a lot of CGC books. Newsstand editions. That's what it's called. Newsstand. Newsstand editions. Yeah, that's a newsstand. You know, if you got it at like 7-Eleven or a grocery store or something like that. There's a couple rare books. Like there is some rare ones out there that never made it into like really good condition. Oh yeah, gatefolds. God damn, 90s was really a lot of gimmicks. Holy crap. I do know, also in the 90s though, some of the second editions, you know, like the reprints, are actually rarer to find and worth more money. Which is kind of funny. Because you know what it was is, the second editions came out, but nobody really bought them, and they didn't really make too many of them, so they're actually rarer. Oh, okay, yeah, so the X-Men Alpha and X-Men Omega had gold editions, and then do you remember when Wolverine had his adamantium pulled out? They had the foil card on the little foil square on the cover. Well, there was gold editions of that too. Funniest thing is, I had a lot of these editions. I had a lot of the gold stuff. I had some of the platinum stuff. Throughout the years, I collected them going to comic book shows. And then 2020 came, and people were buying comic books like crazy. More than they were worth, and I sold everything and made bank. Yeah, they had the regular cover, and then they had the foil cover. A lot of those regular covers are the ones that are hard to find in like high grades. You know? Like this X-Man book over here. Right there. That X-Man. There's a second print of that. And it's a little bit of a darker red. It's actually harder to find the second print sometimes in good condition. Because it really didn't make a lot of them. Hold on, let me wash my brushes so I don't lose them. Yeah, but then that Wolverine, whatchamacallit cover had gold versions too. I think you had to order like 50 to 100 copies and you could get a gold version, I think. They made you buy a lot of them back in the day. But now comics, you have a 1 in 15, a 1 in 25, a 1 in 50, and a 1 of like 100 now of comics. Like, the covers now have gone crazy too. Yeah, the X-Men Alpha. I think X-Men Alpha, which is like before, is when Age of Apocalypse started. That's one of my favorite covers of all time. I absolutely love that X-Men Alpha cover. Because I love the X-Men Age of Apocalypse storyline. So I was buying all those covers because I just love the story. Oops. Yeah, those are the good days. If you go on to Golden Apple now, like Golden Apple Comics, and you look at like what comic books are doing these days, they're not, some of them are doing like facsimile foil covers again of all that old stuff. They're reprinting a lot of like first appearance of characters again. But a lot of the new comic books now, you can do like, they do the Virgin cover. So like this comic over here, it's got the title on the name, but they also do Virgin covers now without the title. And those are the rare ones. But then they'll also do like a 1 in 30, a 1 in 50, a 1 in 100 now. Yeah, what happened was, it was like Uncanny X-Men is when there was like Cable was trying to stop Apocalypse, but something happened. Xavier died, and then that's what kicked off the Age of Apocalypse. Yeah, Virgin covers are the thing now. Virgin covers are the thing. Hell, they just did this first appearance of Power Girl, All-Star 58. This was done in like 76. They just did a blind bag reprints of this, and I got them a couple of them. But they did a foil cover, and they did variant covers of it too. So, they are reprinting everything these days. But I did get a couple of them, and I sent them in to get Jerry Conway signed, but that was like back in the summer. Yeah, Age of Apocalypse is my favorite X-Men story. I think I can read that over and over. I love the characters in it. I love the designs. The whole story was great. Probably my favorite X-Men story ever. Yeah, it was Legion, and then that kicked off the whole. Actually, Age of Apocalypse story has come back again, so they're doing another Age of. But they did the original Age of Apocalypse, and I think it was in probably around the 2015 era, 2016. They did another Age of Apocalypse story, and now they're doing another Age of Apocalypse. The reason why is they got to keep the license on those characters, so every 7 years they have to kind of redo it. So. Sadly, I sold all my Age of Apocalypse stuff. Like I said, during 2020, the lockdowns, people were buying stuff like mad, so I just sold everything off. I was like, we'll probably never see a comic boom like this ever again, at least not in my lifetime. So I did the Great Purge. Got rid of 5 long boxes of comics. Made some good money off of them. Oh, I don't think I would read the new storyline, but I just know they're making it come back again. Because they got to keep the license of the characters, you know? Like that's Nate Gray, Cable from Age of Apocalypse, that X-Men book there. But if they don't put him in the comic book in 7 years, they can lose the license to him. So... oh well. I got all the old trades, so I read them every once in a while. Go back and reread everything. But, alright, I think this is where I'm calling it a night. I'm tapped. But we are going pretty good on these. I got the collars set up on her. Shirt is coming along, so I'm going to sand that down, get that prepped up. Kind of keep working on the shirt. Her I need to sand down, and I think I could start working on her sleeves or whatever, these pieces, and we'll do her thing, and then her hair, and then for her I'll sand that down. I'll try to order a thing for here, but we're gonna start working on her midsection to kind of get those straps and stuff on her, and just keep plugging away. But yeah, that's what I'm calling it. I'm tapped. I think I need to just get out of the studio for a day. But you guys have a good rest of your weekend. I'll get this ready for next week. Yeah, shoot me an email, Jacob. Just wanted to make sure you were alive and everything was good to go. And we'll be in touch. And it was fun talking about the stocks today, too. I had some fun. So you guys have a good one, alright?